Good morning, good day, and it is February 17, 2021, Wednesday, and this is your friend, your mentor, Engineer Suraj Singh, speaking from Bharat, India, for deliberation on title Civil Field Engineering Designs, Construction Methods, Contracts, Organizations, Communication, Coordination, Quality, like subjects, like topics, which are very important for people, for public, for professionals, for non-professionals, and for everybody. Objective is how to achieve quality system, how to achieve quality both, not only quality system, product quality as well. Very important function it is. We have to be very clear about this. Very important function it is. We cannot simply say that everything is okay. Nothing is okay in this world until it is proven okay. Quality is of topmost importance in whole world as well as in nature. Without quality, nothing can happen, and if it happens with substandard quality, then it happens not to requirement, but you can say a kind of disability in product. Disability in product. When we talk of quality, we talk of quality because we want to have a good product. Ultimate objective is for end use. End user must have reliable product. If end user does not have reliable product and we say we maintain quality standards, well, I think it's controversial statement, it's fake statement in itself. Yes, I know that quality system does not guarantee any product quality, but if it doesn't guarantee any product quality, there are so many functions on that system, so many personnel on that system of qualities on quality system who work on that system for purpose of quality control, quality mission. And if those people are deficient in their performance, certainly we miss somewhere quality approach. We miss somewhere quality criteria. That point is very important. Quality system is fine. If quality system cannot lead to quality product, I think there is deficiency either in system or on personnel or functionaries working on that system. This is very much clear. Quality system is that one, if operated properly with full concentration, it must give out quality product. So it's not guaranteed in system. But doesn't mean everything can be guaranteed in system, because system is also constructed, system is also defined by those who work on quality. It's up to organization what way they define system. If you want to keep quality system only for certification, I think that is self cheating. If I say I got quality certification from through this agency, I comply with quality standard ISO 9001 2015 or some other equivalent system, but my product is not complying with quality system, then it is a surprising statement. How can you claim that you are complying with quality system and your product is deficient in quality? This means there is some wrong approach. How it can be? You are doing a lot on quality system and your product is not quality product, or percentage wise it is lesser than 100%. It should be superb actually, but it's not. This means formality should not be required, fact should be required. Why we believe in formality? My question is that. Why should you believe in formality? If you believe, you say, you claim we are maintaining system, and whenever our system certification expires, we renew it. That's fine, that's a process, but your product is not working. Your product is not giving quality. This means either your system is deficient in performance, or your system is ill defined, or your product doesn't match with that system. This requires analysis between system and product. I always stress on analysis because analysis is like investigation. When you investigate something, it's nothing but analysis. How many analysis you have to conduct in one investigation, it depends on one type and nature of investigation, or you can say strength of investigation, or case wise it is. So I can say, if we are unable to analyze our problems, then what's the use of such systems? It's a questionnaire. I'm not challenging anything. I'm challenging those who do not understand the relation between quality system and quality product. Yes, it is true, certifier won't guarantee. Even organization won't guarantee. Why don't you guarantee? My question is that if you write quality certified, then it should be guaranteed automatically. It does not. Principle of quality system does not mandate it. But I am a consumer. I don't care about this. When I say your organization is certified to comply with quality system, I understand that I am paying for this product. It must be accordingly of that quality. But life says it's not like that. Experience says no, it's not like that. So we have to understand relation. If I don't get quality and you are putting big banners, big posters, your quality certified organization, I don't need your certificate in fact. I do not pay money for your certificate. You display the certificate. I'm not going to pay money on product by product for looking at your system or using that product as quality one. Just try to understand. As end user, I am interested in quality product. I am not interested in quality certification. You can write for your advertisement, that's fine. For your publicity, it's okay. But I am not part of your publicity. I am a consumer. I am paying you something for that quality. And if I don't get that quality, who is responsible for that? First of all, you say I am covering warranty, I am covering this, we cover this and that. So if warranty is important or quality is important, my question is that one also. If you say which one is important, product quality is important, product warranty is important. This is warranty is an excuse. You make always warranty or guarantee as an excuse that okay, we are responsible for so many years for this product. This means you are not a quality organization. There is something wrong in the product that you are saying we are responsible only for something. There is no compatibility sometimes. There are so many parts in your product, so many compositions in your product. Or you can say they are not well built in, or they are not well prepared in, or well assembled in, or nature of these parts do not match with each other to an extent performance and life of a product is concerned. There are so many ways you can approach, you can access to understand what's that. See, I am an engineer. I have to think, this is my job. If I cannot think, I think no one in the world can think. If engineer cannot think, if scientists cannot think, if doctors cannot think, who can think? Those people who are not professionals, those who are not directly working on profession, they can think, who can think? No. Those who work on professional fronts, they are best thinker in the world. They are best analysts in the world. So I should say, when I talk of quality and you talk of quality organization, there is a difference. When I demand quality, I demand quality in item, in I purchase good, I purchase. That's my requirement. But you are giving me certificate and you are putting your certificate logo on your product also. But that product fails to satisfy me, for duration, even for warranty duration, it doesn't act, it doesn't work, it doesn't perform. What's the purpose of that? There is a big question because it affects whole world. I need a certificate or I need product, that I have to decide. I am paying for product. If product doesn't perform, if today I buy something and after 1 week or 10 days it creates problem, gives me problem, and you are saying I am ISO 9001 or Sigma, this and that. That has got nothing to do with me. I am a payer. I am giving you money. You give me product. You're charging me your basic cost per profit. So this product must perform. ISO 9000 or some other authorization, that is different one. I'm not related to that one. Maybe they don't know what they have to do, or maybe you don't make your system accordingly required. You just make a system for purpose of certification, but I am not paying money for certification. You have to understand this point. Money goes, product comes, money is lost forever, product doesn't perform as it should. That's the difference. This means engineering has defective. Product engineering you are doing, that's why I'm calling it product. It has passed through some process, and before process it has used certain materials, natural raw materials. Either those materials are not according to requirement, there's some problem in those materials, or processing is a problem, there's some defect in processing, or furthermore means there's some other problem, or there's no good design for that product. There can be anything. For which you must conduct research, and I am sure you must be conducting research, but your research is not answering. You are also putting, I am a research organization as well. We have this research division, but you have only like certification. You are showing research is also same thing. When they are not doing real research, it's for only sake of advertisement or publicity. If that's the case, it's a big question mark. How is product done? That's a big question. How is this product done? And it's like turnkey, means I am taking your product and using it. It's like turnkey item, though it's not building or structure, but whatever I buy, it should use it should be used immediately, and it should perform. If your product is defective, this means it's same thing as a student passes. A student passes degree, and then a student is unable to work, which means there's a defect. But we can accept this for student or for qualified person, because it's never claimed the qualified person is 100% educated. Only claim 35% educated or 50% educated or distinct educated, or you can say normally, whatever it is. This is a percentage definition, so we cannot say that a student is 100% master. We only say that he has got a capability to work further or to study further. Only that is guarantee, nothing else. But your product is for use. That's why we call it professional product. If a product comes for fitness in machine or a machine itself, it's for certain purpose. There's some objective of that good. And if that good does not meet that objective, there is no meaning of this product as far as quality is concerned. I'm not talking of material, because everything is covered under quality. There may be negligence on part of staff involved in manufacturing. There may be problem, or there may be substandard procurement of material, or material whatever is defined or required doesn't comply with those requirements, or there's some design flaw. That's what I'm saying. There can be, wherever you see any problem, whatever problem which has to be charted out, which has to be studied before charting out. But we are big people all over the world, industrialists and factory owners, where reality is done, and they can say anything. Means it's like business. Means you have to first give warranty and charge for warranty also in that cost of product. Then you have to, after warranty is over, you have to say, okay, give AMC. Means there's a separate parallel business on a business itself. You sell first and you cover warranty cost in that, then you claim I am giving you warranty. You are charging for warranty or guarantee. You are not giving it free. It's included in your production cost or sale cost, and then after warranty is over, you are charging for AMC. So your business goes on moving. Your business goes on moving, but use of product is not going to be used. I mean, say when I'm using product and I have to go every time talk of a warranty and call people, and then talk of AMC and call people for service. This means your product is, your business is production, or you can say in production manufacturing, that can say manufacturing unit, and then you can say it's a service unit. Okay, service is required, but not immediately. We should cover at least period of 10 years. If I buy something today, I buy something, and if it starts immediately after buying for a couple of days, giving me problem of service or maintenance, then I should say this is cheating. This is deceiving your customer, and this is deceiving people. I should not accept that, but it's very common now. They will give you discount, they will give you this thing. Why you give discount? Don't give me discount. You are giving me discount because you are giving me discounted quality. That can have direct relation. Discounted quality. When I am paying you full, even if you are giving me discount, I understand that's discounted price, real price. That's why you are giving me discount. You will not lose your profit. You will lose your cost. You are not charity person. You are not so, you can say, a good person, that you will get disadvantage, or you will lose your money. I don't think whoever industrialist there be, nobody can tolerate that. This is not acceptable. I don't accept this. Well, that is business tricks. I know these business people have created all these tricks. These people who are MBAs and others, this is what they learn: how to handle people, how to handle product, how to befool people, how just to keep yourself in business. That's different one. But my objective is my product performance, my product quality. That is my objective. If I don't get that objective, I have full right to question everyone. I'm not questioning anyway. I'm just talking. I'm just advising that educated people are being befooled all over the world. There's no question of now international organization or national organization, because quality is not existing anywhere. You can buy product from very high profile company. Performance is not guaranteed. It is guaranteed in form of warranty or AMC. It's not otherwise guaranteed. Many big car companies have withdrawn their cars because there was defects in some coding, or some for environmental issues, or means there were defects. This means something was secretly done, but told something else, announced something else. So those people means they are not honest, to be very frank. This means honesty is not being related to engineering. Has engineering gone honesty less? Question arises. Has engineering gone honesty less? The question arises as a part of analysis. It's part of construction. You can say production is also construction, and construction is also production. Even talking of construction, this means manufacturing is also included in that. Construction is a common word. It's not a specific word. You cannot relate it to buildings or structures only. When we use sometimes we say, I'm making a drawing, I'm working on a drawing, say, okay, construct this figure on that, or construction is isometric, or that's also construction. So anything which is combined together or done is construction. So manufacturing I consider construction as well, construction manufacturing as well. So it means there should be clarification everywhere. There should be clarity everywhere. It may be on papers, but I don't mind if product performs well for a long time and then it goes out of service, or I understand that due to there may be some faults due to electrical supply. That is different. But where there is a good electricity supply, faults appear there also. If you go and see where there is good constant supply, constant voltage, no fluctuation, there also products stop working. So we cannot just use blame games for justifying quality. We have to understand reality as well. And reality is that it has become business. Quality system has become part of business. To be very frank, it's no more quality system. It's only in writing. It's only for publicity, and therefore people also don't care for that one. People care for their product. I'm buying again. I'm saying I am paying money for product and not for certification of product. It's a big question, because ISO 9001 and Sigma and whoever are related to quality, it's a question mark for them. Means if they do not guarantee any product performance or performance of quality, system performance, I think there is no meaning in certification, because end user will not go to you or come to you to question. And how many people read these documents? And I still ask a question: how many people in those organizations who work on quality system, they define system themselves? Then there are internal or external audits as well. How many people study those and read those? Because there's a gap between those who are in front line in industries or in construction and those who are sitting in offices. There's a gap. Who goes into studies of these at site or in factories? Only those people who are sitting in offices. Sometimes they have a look at this, but they know this is all formality. They do not also care about this. So quality system has been, a medium only to tell people I'm doing this. Otherwise, there's no meaning. Everybody wants, okay, one time you can cheat me, I can buy something, and this is not. You can say this can't be taken back. That's okay. I buy something. You think if it doesn't perform second time, shall I buy that? My question is very simple. If I buy it today and if it doesn't perform, you think I'll buy again? That's the point here. Point here, no one is fool in this world. How many people think of quality system? No one. How many? I think even those who should know it, they also don't know. Those people who are supposed, who are required to understand, to talk of quality system, to read quality system, to amend quality system, they amend it in script only, not in reality. And it has been so much confused, it has been so much partitioned, that everybody says, oh, this is my job, and other guy says, oh, this is only my limit, I won't go beyond this. So for a small production, there may be 20 checks, 30 checks, and actually, to be very frank, there is no check. There's no check. There is no real coordination. There is no real approach that they go through files and check it. That point is of course very important. We have to understand. If you understand, that's fine. Otherwise, there's no compulsion. I am just giving my opinion on that system. Systems are involved everywhere. You define or you don't define. When there was no quality system, you think there was no quality? There was quality. But it was not in definition, it was in specification, it was in workmanship, it was tests were conducted that time also, but not that extensive as it is done today, or not that extensive paperwork as it is today. So we are conducting quality for paperwork or for product. Paperwork or product or real investigation. These points are there. Very important points. That's why my title is always that why be behind quality of concrete standard material, and concrete I take into consideration because concrete has two meaning. One is it's a material concrete is a material, artificial material, and very strong material, whereas concrete is also a term used for you can say solidity, or you can say solid. Or we say, oh, this is concrete, means this is solid, or this is wonderful, this is very reliable. You can say concrete reliability, and concrete a material. Just like we say cement is a product, as well as cement is a property that combines two material while coming in contact with water, and water and cement relation, they relates each other for chemical reaction and forming some chemical gel, that that paste which solidifies those dry aggregate like stone shapes aggregate, as well as dust or fine and whatever else is there. So there are two meaning of that concrete standard, where I say quality of concrete standard material and also concrete property. So quality is actually very, very important everywhere, not only on site or in designs or in work. Even in education, it's very important. It is in, you can say, governance is very important. Quality in general life is very important. Quality in family standards is very important. Quality on in individual standard is very important. Means you define and whatever place in your life, you will find quality is very important, but it is not availed due to whatever reason. We say, I'm a quality person, please behave properly. There is no question of quality person behavior. Question is, you have to conduct yourself in such a way that you are called a quality person. You must have knowledge, but you must have conduct. Knowledge, knowledge is good one, it you have, but if you do not use that knowledge, then there is no quality in that. If I say I have done this degree, okay, now I use this degree only for certification, or just for my market value. If it's for market value, I consider there's some defect in that, because education is professional one or non-professional one. If you say it is exclusively professional one, then it should be applied. If the knowledge is applied and it is useful for society, for whatever purpose, we can say yes, this is professional education. And the other education which is not for profession, but just for purpose of knowledge or purpose of thinking development, that's called non-professional education. But both should be quality one. If I say I got this, I don't want to see beauty of certification, I want to say strength of certification. Beauty is no value here, strength is value. In quality, your quality, if you have done very beautiful certificate, boundaries and writing and font, all that, or see my certificate. Alright, that's the design of certificate. But what did you learn? That's important. If some person says I got 50% marks and I'm having this degree, this means I'm not saying that it's right. Sometimes happens you get less marks due to so many reasons. But on an average, we can say this person does not know very much. Means at study level, at academics, this person knows not very excellently. That can be developed as an understanding. Or let's say I got 90% or 85% or like that. It's well understood the person worked hard, studied hard, and he must know better than what a person of 50% knows. This is understanding. This is understanding because of educational criteria. But it's not necessary that if you see after passing or after that time in your past examination, you can't improve. That doesn't relate to that one. If I can improve, I can learn more, and not for purpose of passing examination, but purpose of learning, because there are two ways. One is learning for purpose of passing examination, and another is learning for purpose of application. A power of application comes in life in professional world, because there's an application of theory. If you learn theory, professional studies means a major part of learning theories, and you can say practicals related to theory at learning level in capacity as a learner. But when you come to independent work in field, gradually, I mean to say not immediately, then you have to apply your knowledge, and because you left something there, you could not study properly, you have to study that during your work, and you study that because now you are very clear, you have come out and you leading a life of professional, and that is practical work and theory both. So when you say somebody is professional, this means that person understands theory and application of that theory, and after application only one can say, I corroborate, I verify, I ratify that what I learned is right, it happens in reality, in virtual world this way. So that understanding becomes permanent. And that theory also becomes permanent because you have used that in professional work or in real work you do. But if you just do not do anything, just say, I have this degree, and this degree, but you do not use that degree for work, and that degree cannot be called professional certification because that's only declaration or notification that you pass this one. I am not my aim is only to explain to you where quality means. A student who comes with good marks, and that student also knows something, and that interest continues further. So you may say that is a quality person. A person working in a field of whatever say engineering, and that person is highly educated, having good marks or even less marks, and that person performs very well, that person understands very well, due to whatever reason that person could get good marks, but that person cannot be deferred to or cannot be, you can say, denied entry into profession. That's what I'm saying. So quality is a very important property, very important, you can say, observational observatory measurement. In fact, you can say quality is real criteria if you consider it after we considering product expenses or quantity. Quantity and quality are very much related. So engineering is such a profession where quantity and quality question each other, they talk to each other, they value each other. If there is deficiency of either, you cannot say, you cannot claim anything. If I am giving a quantity and I am not giving a quality, then I can say I am not giving you a quantity, because quality is inbuilt product, or quality is natural product of that item good. And if you are disturbing naturality of that product, quality of that product, you are doing justice. No, you are not doing justice. You are doing injustice to yourself, injustice to product, and that point you must understand. Quality, if you maintain and if you understand, I think you are best person to fight with those who are not in that capacity to realize value of quality. If you are successful in delivering quality product, maybe in beginning people won't trust you, but at later stage, when you keep your approach constant, you give in, you deliver quality, a time comes when people look at your quality and not at fancies, not elevations, not otherwise some other, but quality. That stage is required. It can be done by very small people, this quality work, or it cannot be done even by top company. So why my talk about this title of engineering is that we have to understand engineering first, and we have to understand product then, and we have to understand quality. And of course safety is very important part of life. Safety, health and environment, and also ergonomics. Because if you are not safe, you can't work. If you are not safe, you can't do anything. If your human resources are not safe, your workers are not safe, how can you work even without quality? And when we talk of quality and safety combination, so it's very much difficult in cases, because sometimes people bother only about their own discipline. Safety, for example, safety won't care for quality, but safety forgets that there's a quality involved in safety as well. There's a quality involved everywhere. I don't know any place where quality is not contemplated. Writing pages for someone regarding this congratulatory message and all that doesn't matter anything. Doesn't matter anything. Performance. When we call performance, it's all direction performance, not one direction performance. That's why you can say quality is very important. There is no explanation. It is important. It is demanding. It's not simply that we can ignore it. It's very easy to speak, I know. It's very easy to talk, but it's also not very easy to walk. Talking and doing are different ways, but talking logically is interesting, really. Of course, you don't know who's talking, but message is clear. We are clear. And also, if you have some problem, you can come to us and say that. This is what system works in. If, imagine, everything is quality product. Yes. Everywhere we maintain quality system and safety system adequately, satisfactorily, that our process, our system moves and we enjoy working. Even though I can't say enjoy, but we should say enjoy working. Because if you don't enjoy working mentally and you are not sure about your product, you will be delayed by whatever reason, then you will be nervous on your counting or your worship circle. So, my dear friends, whatever I talk of this quality system, try to understand how it works. It's very, very important that we understand what is quality, and if we don't understand quality briefs or quality, details, if we don't understand, we don't review or we do not contemplate on that at a frequency of whatever time, we can do something. Quality has gone out of minds, that's unfortunate. Quality has gone out of mind, but still it is there. It's being practiced or no practice, it's being adhered to or not adhered to. That is different question. But everybody claims that whatever products they use, they sell, those products are already in quality. Quality, I don't need quality counsels, no need. I don't need quality something. I am directly sitting and looking into case of building. When we talk of projects, we talk big. Big, projects are not simple and not small. For development, we need big projects where your process works, your production works, and structures are done. My statement is quite clear that do not call engineering if you do not value quality. Do not say that you have production, you have product this much if your product does not contain quality. This is a requirement. This is nothing extraordinary you are giving. This is a requirement. You are charging and you are defeating. You are defeating people by not adhering to quality system. And people are so careless. In our country, they don't bother about this. All right, don't bother. Don't bother. But follow this. When people say this product is guaranteed by me, though it's nothing, it's not, it's manufacturing, means I don't value that statement. If I go to market and buy some vegetable and there's questions about this, no problem, you come here, I am here, I'm not going anywhere, and I can give you that was good, it's for farmer. When you come back from there, you are in your office of 5 number, you can talk to me. In 2021, quality requires to be placed thoroughly at some desk or in mind. It should be. If we don't do that, we don't justice. We don't do justice with ourselves and justice with our life. Field engineering is not limited one. Field engineering is not limited one, and it is extensive. It is all over world. It is done. It is not that I am talking here. It is talked everywhere. If there is engineering, there is field. And of course, you do whatever in designs or whatever in office, ultimately it has to go to its field and start its operation after it's constructed or redeveloped. Those people who do not understand this point, they can never understand lifetime. There was a time when quality was understood by experience and by production, but now I think life shall become mechanized after some time, and that is a point of danger, we understand. That could be point of danger. When quality leads us, when quality leads us, I mean, we become standardized ourselves when quality leads us. Of course, we have to train our way, but at one stage, when quality is inculcated with all information, we can say system is talking to us. System does not talk the way we are talking of. It never talks like that. Now, if you are able to achieve quality system, I think you are the best person, you are a fortunate person. Because quality can be achieved only through means of all people working there. Yes, it can be approved by whoever is a competent one. It is approved based on restrictions, results. Quality is real product, not fictitious product. And quality is actually process and product both. That's the point here. If I cannot fulfill quality, I will close this unit or do something else. Why don't you try to work according to requirement and see answers in? If you have all documents, about quality system, but there is no further statistics about your system. What do you think in that case? That case says that there is no system. It's fictitious, it's hoax. Because system doesn't mean it's just an office or crops and then accuse part person, part responsible. So if you want to assess performance, you have to see records of those goods or those companies and find out how used they work in production. I think we have to involve ourselves in projects and in construction, which is very important part. And if we do not involve in these requirements, we can say certification, your product are all baseless. Why you declare quality when you do not do it? Don't declare it. But it is conventional now. I think quality is just a a piece of paper, nothing else. It's piece of paper and on paper. You keep happy yourself that I have certification, but it is not endorsed by people because they are end users and they have to comment about it. We pay money for direct performance of product. If I don't get engineering product, I won't call it non-engineering product. It is easy to define engineering in a very common sense style. It's very easy to define. But if you think of performance, I think it has been very expensive to define. If we are able to understand system which we define ourselves, yes, there are set criteria among system, among certification authority downs that you download this and understand this, you say or you read that, and if you think that you are comply with that, then even if you don't have certification, you practice that. That practice teaches you a lot, and when you have you have to go back, you have to go back. You write name of project on every document, right? You claim that one, right? But your product doesn't work or partly works. So you feel very anguished. Oh, what is this? What I did? What I bought? But there is no solution because everyone is defective. Everyone is defective, and that point is extremely important. How we have to check it? How? Only checking is if your methods of quality systems right, that you have to supervise properly, you have to procure real material and not just repeat that. You must understand what material we are using. It is worth that requirement. And that's a strong point, and you can say. So it is construction, it would be package work, it could be construction work, it could be something else. Those who have struggled in life, they know what we know. My purpose is to explain what do I think about this. Maybe I'm not that much qualified to comment on this, but comment is second part. First part is, do you know what it is? That's what important point is. Important point is to write system for purpose of there was when you successfully do quality, then I think you please very well. When you are successful in some system, or you forming some system or that subsystem supports, you feel very much pleased. Everybody knows that. Somebody says, is my uncle. Somebody says, is this, that. Therefore, quality is real one. I am stressing it again and again that without quality, product cannot be called product. We should not call product. I'm not talking of design details, I'm just talking of superficial details. What we are, what we are, what we are, what we do, what we do, what we do. And quality is related to all that. Quality can be talked for long because there is not one type of quality. Varying definitions, varying standards, varying understanding, and combining these various verifiers. Now we think of our own, we think of construction methods. If we think of construction method, we can achieve a lot. Construction is part of engineering. You cannot If you see this language problem, which means say, oh, you are writing English, you are not writing Hindi, see, we cannot write our language, and this is also not very complicated one. You can read; it's very simple, and you can understand it. And same reference is located within other files. And this file now, which is we're talking off this file. It says now look, if you do engineering without real system, I'm saying established system of quality, you can't do justice yourself. Everybody wants to have house, it is no question. What and when somebody get that? Items that you are going to buy, if they not conform to quality, at time of buying you feel happy that you are going to buy standard material, but when you use it, it it remains useless material. Useless, I can say. Maybe it doesn't fit in properly, it doesn't perform properly, it doesn't coordinate properly, or it stops at frequency. What's that purpose then? After all, what we are interested in, what for? गुणवत्ता होनी चाहिए नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये हम सब जानते हैं, हम सब भागते हैं इसके पीछे, हमें मिलनी चाहिए। भागने वाले कौन हैं? वो ऐसी कम्युनिटी है जिनका कोई स्टेटस ही नहीं, जिनकी वैल्यू नहीं है, ऐसे लोग। If I understand my system, if I understand its philosophy, if I understand how to implement it or how to review first and find more and more information, it becomes a very thick book because I write quality inspection criteria. Yes, it's right. If we see projects, turnkey projects, construction project, design project, service of varying nature, and all other projects where quality has a role. If you understand, really, it will give you back what is required. And if you don't comply with, don't determine based on that system, you cannot get what is required. there is a validity, there is a validity or non-validity. Even if your document is expired or not renewed, yet contents are required. When we consider even something which is not applicable in a good form and we say, yeah, we respect this writing, this means we still follow quality system, though it's expandable. We talk of methods which covers everything. Methods writing is very complicated in the sense what you write, but its meaning is the same, no difference. That should be reliable product. Etc. How can you change water boiling, You cannot change. It's boiling is boiling. You have to wait till it cools down. Same we might should be wrong. People are following it. When he goes in, that wrong is called right. 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2, so 8. 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 is 8. This means 4 objects are concentrated. Concentration of objects is one part. These are oriented very well, protected and correctly done in sequence required. This is also part of quality system. First is location or orientation, and then this part of the quality. Yes, they want to give information to everyone. Okay, so we understand what do I say. Quality at every step. Quality at every step. So we understand each step must be important, competent, with full capacity around. Quality can be obtained only by this method. Each step, each activity, each objective, each testing, each inspection, and whatever is involved should be clear cut. No variance. And even if there is variance, there must be justification or adjustment to compatibility. Nothing can be taken for granted. Nothing. That's very important point here. Let's talk value engineering. Value engineering, after all, what this says, value engineering is very important. Previously also I talked about value engineering because it's not valuation but value. There's a difference. Value engineering. What we require to deliver, that's okay. If we require to deliver, that's fine. What we require to deliver is fine, but what actually we deliver is important. We are required to deliver all according to contract, according to drawings, according to methods, according to, you can say, conventions, according to specifications. We should not leave anything behind while thinking of what we have to deliver. We know what is the requirement, and we know that client also expects what is required, and what client expects, or we know our client, our customer, what customer expects is important. We have to think beyond expectation. Well, nobody shall expect unjustified. Nobody can say that you give me gold in place of stone, or you give diamond in place of something else. Nobody can give that, and nobody can demand that. That is very, very important point we must consider. It's what I'm saying, what actually value engineering means. One is value. Okay, we give back value for what you pay. But is engineering, we are adding to value. Means we are manufacturer, we are we are contractor, or we are your worker, a kind of service provider. We charge for something. That is our duty to provide you that one. We are not doing any obligation. We don't do any obligation because we are paid for what you give us. That's great. Is there is a relation only? You pay us and we do it. And we do that. So what actually you want to say? We want to say that either we do it in advance, we tell you we'll do this, or we do it for a surprise. You may think, oh, he has done what I expected, or whatever is balance would do. So if I do same to meet your only minimum requirement, and you got to pay me that cost, till that time I am within family. Not to raise anything, you allow you to raise anything, and no one can raise anything, that's right. No one can raise anything there, because you got what you paid for. But I claim I gave you something else also. It's a little point, you can say, creates confusion. But if you are capable, you are specific, you know what I mean. If I give you additional benefit than what was planned for, and this benefit which I am giving cannot be given free. No way it can be given free, this benefit. But I am giving you as part of bonus, bonus you can say. A kind of, indirectly you can say it's a discount. Either I give you money wise discount, or I give something added to requirement without even you demanding that, and I'm just giving you to as a courtesy to my customer, and customer is not harmed by that, but benefit engineering wise. That's an important one. Means I want to add my friend and environment. We understand that I want to do design in same way that I agreed with you. Or I can I can deliver that product with quantity and quality in say lesser time, so that you can start benefit, let us say 10%, 20% time before whatever time possible I can give you. For example, EQ is required. Something is required of some dimension. And if the indicated dimension is increased for better objective, better minimum point, right, resolvable was the meaning. But if I give additional quantity which benefits a party, which benefits honor, or additional specification, the means you have to deliver something with that additional value, additional benefit, or reduce time, you can say, so that use of that material which you are delivering is for longer than required now, with additional value, reduce time, and you can say efficiency or value to employer is improved, and all these points benefit employer. So you can say value is something like that, means enhanced value rather than original demanded for, originally demanded for. Enhanced value you give. That value has no limit. If you get value that is much more useful than what you intended for, I can say that it is equal to over delivery. Delivery, that is a kind of, I can say, mm, it's a kind of you would not otherwise compete for. You are saving time, you are saving delayed time, you are saving project has come into action. So we can say proposal shall be prepared at the cost of contractor and include details as indicated by whatever benefit, and this benefit goes to employer free of cost. Employer shall, as soon as possible, as soon as practicable, after receiving such proposal, respond by giving a notice to contractor of employer's consent otherwise. Employer consent or otherwise shall enter. That is expected because of this contract. Hmm? Had this contract been not there, we would not have obtained delivery of that product. So we can say application of engineering organization. Not easy to grasp all regards, not easy to grasp everything in one go. It takes time to first assess what to read, assess this way. measurement, quantity, quality that you are getting benefit of, which can be any percent. uh, This is an understanding is developed with. So value engineering is something very extraordinary. In fact, it is a kind of super product for contractor for benefit of consumers, because effect of that valuation engineering stays on contract forever. We announce value ourselves. Nobody is going to ask us. Even those who check outside persons of our party's contract, they can only explain to party what owner has done. When it is done, definitely it must be recorded, or you can say, you can claim that it is variation of quality, means we are giving a product based on support breakdown. It says that I feel that it's saying to me, so value has been defined. There is no single definition of that. It can depend on what additional activity can be defined, what way can we push to higher ones. Yes, engaging out of problem. Shall we call that by doing this we increase value or we decrease value? That point is, yes, very important, very important. Either we increase value or we decrease value. This fact must be understood. Nobody would deny additional benefit as far as contracts are concerned. Generally, people criticize after giving. So, what we are going to build good relation with employer. That's why we are giving everything, so much of our value which we shall pay, part of contract. We are not. We say, oh, you take this, no problem. Promoting relations. It's in no way nobody can say it's illegal. It's for law of the land. Yeah. So I think we understand what is value engineering. It is, I don't think, more way to explain. Now we go to certain variation. What is that? Variation we explained before also. It's same almost, but because here design is integrated with work, as you will design exactly opposite to what should be done. Means there is change in design, for example. So design was requirement according to employers' requirements, according to employers' demands. Okay. See, there is one variation cannot be claimed on value engineering. First of all, be clear. When you are saying value engineering, nothing can be claimed on that except reputation. There is no claim on that otherwise. Value engineering was free of cost. It is just to build good relation. That we can say building good relation was sole purpose. When we did value engineering, an employer won't mind because you did not tell employer will do, but it shall of course be added to, shall be of course added to a time of contract production closure. Contract closure shall tell what actual relations are for. But when it's variation, it is something logical only. Yes, only or. You know, employer can demand something in addition to contract provisions. Very simple. Or employer can delete something, omit something. So we don't need this is not required. Both ways it is possible. We don't need this, don't give this. We we will adjust price. Yes, I'm not going to tell you text by text words this, I'm just trying to explain what is variation. Omission or addition, simply saying on provisions of contract without whatever's whatever you can say we do that, either we reduce cost or we do not want to do this, or we change scope of work, we change our certain things you can say, you can keep in mind. So variation means variation of amount, and we have to be careful about this. Try not to do anything, but Well, so we are talking of variation. Variation is not actually good on projects, but sometimes it's unavoidable as well. And that point must be considered. And if it is permissible, it's required and it should be by variation, by instruction. Question, I'm not going to details, I'm just trying to tell how it is done. There can be reduction as well as addition, or you can say omission. It can be like that. Suppose there may be, we can explain only. Say there are 20 items, 20 components in the project. Let us say 20 components. Now, of course, it is EPC, but employer's requirement before some component is done is reduced, means employer doesn't need that component due to whatever reason, due to lack of funding or due to non-essential requirement of that component. This can be whatever building or infrastructure work or equipment or whatever, means before contractor, before the contractor has spent anything on that. I always say, if I have placed procurement order against that component, then an employer intends to omit that, and I bring to notice of employer that I already contractor has done it to this extent. In that case, it's up to employer to decide whether whatever money has been spent for now or for future, if employer is interested in that component to be omitted even then the employer has to digest that expenses, or else that expense which is not been made, that expenses means this is free of any liability, free of expenses, that component, and employer wishes that it should go from project without causing any liability on either employer or on contractor. In that case, we say, okay, we accept, and this is a part of variation. Variation of minus means omission of that part, or if employer says, okay, you omit this part, and in lieu of this I want something else, and my requirement is changed in that case, and that requirement, if does not impact on extension of time, or you can say, and even if it impacts on extension of time, I want this additional item here, and that item which exists, I want to let it go. In that case, I think there's no harm if you get extension of time, or there's no little cost variations there. Whatever has been omitted, that cost, and whatever has been replaced by the automation, new one, difference of two can be adjusted. So that is, you can say, a kind of variation. And also means because components are defined. After design, components are defined, costs are defined, everything is defined, agreed by both parties, keeping at least some same. So that is sole purpose of, including bill of quantities, whatever design bill of quantities or costs of each component can be removed, or can be omitted, or can be deleted, or can be added. This all variation is a procedure variation, cost variation, which can also impact time depending on percentages. So variation, there are so many types of variation in construction as well as in EPC both. and everybody has right for that. Contractor has his own rights, while employer too got its own right according to law, according to contract. Means it doesn't mean if you agreed for something in a contract you have to, provided situation doesn't need it, means you have to adjust, you have to move to that direction. So this is all instruction or requirements both, I can say. No need of going into. As well as a variation by request for proposal, variation by request for proposal. Employer may request a proposal before instructing a variation by giving a notice describing proposed change to contractor, and contractor respond to that one. Submit proposal and give reasons why contractor cannot comply. Like that means we have to do this way. We can say provisional sum is there, then day work again, day work, which is, you can say, after all, what is day work? We know that. What is day work? I explained many times. Again, I will explain what is day work because it is very, you can say, it is very useful. It is very amenable. Day work. When we do some contract bidding, either EPC or some other one, these are general provisions that we have to submit our rates for workers categories, machine renting categories, hire categories, and also some materials. These are generally done. Now it may be EPC or it may be non-EPC or red book construction type contract. A situation can arise due to whatever reason. Yes. We have to do something. I'm not talking of reason, whatever reason it could be. We have to do something that cannot be evaluated based on current contract of construction or of EPC. This is something that we have to do out of context, and that is I'm not saying big work, it's small work, petty type work, because nothing can be given free. No contractor shall like to give something free. That's also true. So say there's a situation has come where there's no item, there's no component, there's no description in contract, but it's for minor or incidental nature. It is for minor or incidental nature. Employer may instruct that a variation shall be executed on day work basis. Something, we do not know, but we have to do it. So what we do, day work is a provision in contract. If it is, even if it's not there, it can be caused. Because for small item, nobody can displace or unplace our employer. So what does it do? That's the point. What does it do? We agree as contractor that we will do it on day work basis. So in day work means we have to write every day component of or element of workers, what's the coefficient of worker, how many workers who are used, how many hours this machine or that machine were used. There can be one machine or two machines or three machines, any number of machines can be there. So I'm saying were used or only used or what material quantity were used. We have whatever number of days, 10 hours or 8 hours number of hours per day we have, and we have to instruct people, instruct workers, do it. And of course, we have to record everything. How many category of personnel or workers engaged per day and for how many days. Same applies to machines and quantity of materials we procured and used. Contractors, personnel and engineers or employers personnel, both are responsible, both are supervisors, and they agree every day, next day or every day, this was a record of yesterday, and they sign together. So for how many days it goes on, for how many days it depends. It may be 1 day, 2 day, half day, 10 days, 15 days, not years, when it's very, very small work it is. So that total entries are then recorded and rates are available, or if not available, can be agreed upon. Not big issue. Daily wages, daily hire of machines, rents and material costs. This can be agreed. And then of course some, if contractor wishes, some profit element in that can be added. 5%, 10%, or no profit even, if just contractor wants to oblige, that can be done. And this activity is called day work activity. As it is given here, for work of a minor or incidental nature, employer may instruct that variation be executed on day work basis. Work shall be valued in accordance with day work schedule, and following procedure shall apply. Before ordering goods for such work, contractor shall submit one or more quotations from contractor suppliers and subcontractors to employer. Thereafter, employer may instruct contractor to accept one of these quotations, but such instruction shall not be taken as an instruction, and if employer does not do so, instruct contractor within 7 days of receiving quotations, contractor shall be entitled to accept any of these quotations at contractor's discretion, except for any items for which day work schedule specifies that payment is not due. Contractor shall deliver each day to employer accurate statements in duplicate and one record, which shall include contractor records of resources used in execution of previous days. One copy of each statement shall, if correct and agreed, be signed by employer and properly returned to contractor. If not correct or agreed, employer's representative shall proceed under agreement determination to agree or determine resources. And for time limits, day of works which are not subject to variation under such clause are completed. Next statement, contractor shall then submit price statement of agreed or determined resources to employer together with all applicable invoices, vouchers and accounts are receipts in substantiation of any goods used in day work other than goods priced in day work schedule. Unless otherwise stated, day work schedule rates and prices in day work schedule shall be deemed to include taxes, overheads and profit. Now, adjustment of changes in laws. Adjustments and changes in law. Adjustment and changes subject to following provisions of subclause. Contract price shall be adjusted to take account of increase or decrease in cost resulting from a change in law. Exemptions are, there are no. provisions. Law of country including introduction of new laws and repeal of modification of existing laws. Judicial or official governmental interpretation or implementation of laws referred to in subparagraph above. Then say any permission, license or approval obtained by employer or contractor under subparagraph above AB respectively, or you can say requirements for permit, permission, license and or approval to be obtained by contractor under subparagraph whatever say made. So these are made and officially published after base date. Before base date, no, and base date 28 days minus closing date. So it's that one. So it's not big issue. Then you can say adjustment changes in cost. Adjustment for changes in cost. Adjustment for changes in cost. If there are no schedules of cost, indexation in particular conditions. Now, amounts payable to contractors shall be adjusted for rises or falls in cost of workers, goods and other inputs to works by addition or reduction in amounts calculated in accordance with schedules of cost indexation in particular condition. To extend the full compensation of price fall in cost is not covered by subclause. Other clauses of these conditions, contractor prices stated in contract agreement shall be deemed to have included amounts to cover contingency of other rises and falls in costs. Adjustments to be applied to amount otherwise payable. Adjustments to be applied to amount otherwise payable to contractor under clause contract price and payment shall be calculated for each of currencies in which contract price is payable. No adjustment shall be applied to work valued on basis of cost or current prices. Until such time as each current cost index is available, employer shall use a provisional index for purpose of interim payments under interim payment clause. When a current cost index is available, adjustment shall be recalculated accordingly. Contractor fails to complete works within time for completion, adjustment of prices thereafter shall be made using either each index of price applicable on date 49 days before expiry of time for completion of works, current index of price, whichever is more favorable to employer. Contract price and payment. Contract price of payment. Now it's a question. Contract price unless otherwise stated in particular conditions, payment for works shall be made on basis of lump sum contract price. Lump sum contract price stated in contract agreement, subject to adjustments, additions, including cost and cost plus profit, to which contractor is entitled under these conditions and deductions in accordance with contract. If it is fixed, it shall pay same one. And contract shall pay all taxes, duties and fees required to be paid by contractor under contract. And contract price shall not be adjusted for any of these costs. except as stated in subclause adjustments for changes in laws. If if quantities are set out in schedule, they shall not be taken as actual and correct quantities of works which contract is required to execute. They shall be used only for purposes stated in schedule and for no other purpose. Now, advance payment, well, advance payment is allowed in contracts. There's nothing new in this advance payment. It says, subject to following provisions of this subclause, employer shall make an advance payment as an interest-free loan for mobilization and design. Amount of advance payment and currencies in which it is to be paid shall be as stated in contract data. Advance payment guarantee. The contractor shall obtain contractor's cost and advance payment guarantee in amounts and currencies equal to advance payment and shall submit it to employer. This guarantee shall be issued by an entity and from within a country or other jurisdiction to which employer gives consent, and based on sample form included in tender documents or on another form agreed by employer, but such consent and or agreement shall not relieve contractor from whatever obligation under subclause. Contractor shall ensure that advance payment guarantee is valid and enforceable until advance payment has been repaid, but its amount may be progressively reduced by amount repaid by contractor. If terms of advance payment guarantee specify its expiry date and advance payment has not been prepaid by that date, 28 days before expiry date, contractor shall extend validity of this guarantee until advance payment has been repaid. Contractor shall immediately submit evidence of this extension to employer. If employer does not receive this evidence 7 days before expiry date of this guarantee, employer shall be entitled to claim under this guarantee amount of advance payment which has not been paid. When submitting advance payment guarantee, contract shall include an application in form of statement for advance payment. Advance payment, employer shall make advance payment within 14 days after employer has received both performance security and advance payment guarantee in form of issue in contract's obligations. Employer has received contractor's application for advance payment under advance payment guarantee. Repayment of advance payment. Advance payment shall be repaid through percentage deductions in interim payments. Unless other percentages are stated in contract data. Deductions shall commence with interim payment in which total of all interim payments in same currency as advance payment, excluding advance payment and deductions. And release of retention monies exceeds 10% of portion of contract price stated in contract agreement payable in that currency, less provision sums and deductions shall be made at amortization rate of 1/4, that is 25% of amount of each interim payment, excluding advance payment and deductions, and release of retention monies in currencies and proportions of advance payment until such time as advance payment has been repaid. If advance payment has not been repaid before issue of taking over certificate for works or before termination, under termination by employee clause, suspension and termination by contract clause, and or exceptional events, as case may be, whole of balance and outstanding shall immediately become due and payable by contractor to employer. Now, application for interim payments. Application for interim payment. Application for interim payment. Contractor shall submit a statement to employer after end of period of payment stated in contract data, and if it's not stated, every month. Each statement shall, every month and or in beginning of next month, you can say, and this statement shall be in form acceptable to employer. It be submitted in one paper original and one electronic copy, and additional paper copies as stated in contract data and shown in detail amounts to which contractor considers that contractor is entitled, with supporting documents which shall include sufficient detail for employer to investigate these amounts together with relevant report on progress in accordance with subclause progress reports. Statement shall include following items as applicable, which shall be expressed in various currencies in which contract price is payable. Estimated contract, number one, let's say estimated contract value of work executed. It is estimated contract value for executed, and contractor's documents produced up to end of period of payment, including variations but excluding items described in separate. Amounts to be added and or deducted for changes in law, under adjustments for changes in law, and for changes in cost under adjustment, changes in cost. An amount to be deducted for retention, calculated by applying percentage of retention stated in contract data to total of amount under subparagraph until the amount also retained by employer reaches limit of retention money, if any, whatever. Amount to be added or deducted, is plus the amount to be added or deducted for retention calculated by applying percentage of retention stated in the contract data to total of amount under subparagraph until amount reaches limit. Amount to be added and deducted for the advance payment and repayment. Amount to be added or deducted for plant and machinery, materials, and the plant and machinery material intended for works. Other additional and deductions which have become due under contract otherwise, including those under agreement of determination. Amount to be added for provisional sums or sum. Amount to be added or released for retention money under subclause release of retention money. Amount to be deducted for contractors use of utilities provided by employer. Deduction of amount previously paid by employer under subclause payment. Schedule of payment if contract schedule payment. It's specifying installments, you can say, in which contract price will be paid unless otherwise stated. So scheduled payment is something else not related to it. Can be means like when you have lump sum it is plant and materials intended for us. Now if you consider scheduled payment, we can say installments quoted in schedule of payment shall be treated as estimated contract value for purpose of subparagraph. Application for interim payment subject to plant and materials intended for works. If these installments are not defined by reference to actual progress achieved in execution of function, actual progress is found by employer to differ from that on H. So, what we say, there are so many clauses here. If you can pay according to schedule, you have to decide that schedule before. But generally, I think schedules are not decided because civil engineering contracts are having many items. And then it's not only civil engineering, EPCs are done for package engineering, means it is for civil, electrical, mechanical, machines, equipment, all are there. Means massive project, it means mega projects where you can say generally all disciplines do work, if not all, at least 6-7 disciplines work. So this schedule doesn't work there because of cost of equipment is very high, cost of vessels, cost of services they were interested in doing, all that is very high. Now we go to plants and metals intended for works. Let me also there are so many more clauses in that, but if I I catch all clauses, it shall just confuse and do nothing else. Because contract is very wide, contracting is very wide affair. We have to keep our mind open to receive it and to understand it. We cannot, it's a question of payment, and payment cannot be done for fake work, or it's a kind of pressure on party just to release payment. But remember, no party is so powerful, no group is so powerful that can change governance of our country. It's no such thing. So contracts are very important, and when it is a question of EPC, where design is included, engineering is design, and also engineering is so many design of not only building structure but also for machines or equipment. It's gross contract, EPC. Must be understood well. Contracts require to be understood. If you understand. When we talk of contracts, construction contract or EPC contract, fundamental principle is same. Some titles they say change, but I don't believe it. No problem for title. Problem for okay. We'll see what else can be done. भाई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है, समझना ही पड़ेगा, एकदम तो नहीं समझ आएगा. बड़े बड़े लोग नहीं समझ पाते आसानी से इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स को, तो आम व्यक्ति क्या समझेगा. लेकिन फिर भी ड्यूटी समझाने की है, अच्छी बात है, समझ आ जाए, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं ज़रूरत पड़ती ही है. छोटे मोटे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, छोटी मोटी बिल्डिंग बनाने के होते हैं, उसमें भी बहुत पेज होते हैं, बहुत क्लासेस होते हैं, कंडीशंस होती हैं. उसको भी मजाक में नहीं लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये बात पैसे पे आके ही रुकती है. पैसे की वजह से ही झगड़े होते हैं. दिस कॉजेस डिस्प्यूट्स because of misunderstanding of clauses, because of non-inclusion of clauses, or because of misrepresentations. These disputes can occur. These disputes create a lot of problems later on if not understood well in time. Moreover, companies hesitate to imply. Yes, it happens. You know, do it yourself and see how it works. You will find problems in many places. First of all, composition and you can say design of contract language, or you can say what you are saying, itself is you may say composition or selection of clauses and description of clauses is also a problem. Even your advocates may not be clear about that, because you can be clear only when you know something about work. These are not diverse cases contracts, these are work contracts, and these are not something, because these are not social contracts as well, social activity contracts. These are professional contracts. Every person cannot understand them. So my what I am trying to say, that yes, you may not come in future or now for such type of contracts, but knowledge is knowledge. Knowledge. If you are in this field, fine, it's good. If you are in construction field, if you are in engineering field, then it's your professional work. It should be your baby, I can say. It should be your baby, and it is your baby. You have to accept this fact. And if you want to run away from responsibility, I don't like it, but people do so. People don't want to take responsibility, but they want progress, they want promotion, they want to go higher ranks. Engineers particularly avoid such types of works activities. Otherwise, who would do if they don't do? That's the point here. One has to do it in whatever way one stays in. One has to do it. There is no way that it can be avoided. That is true. So with all this, I can say I take your leave now. We'll see. I hope. Of course, it was very slow talk. In between there were some gaps as well, just to give you a chance to read, because I'm taking some time in this, because it's one thing is language of writing. It's a standard language in direct talk about from a document which is direct from international body, that is FIDIC, and its beauty of this way talking something on international document. It's not my writing, it's not your writing, it is standard writing, and which is a very important point to understand. So with this I take, okay, thank you very much. I take close.